The Senate will come to order. Senators will be in their seats, and the clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgardner, Berger, Billinger, Boyer, Bowers, Braun, Denning, Dahl, Estes, Faust Godot, Francisco, Givens, Goddard, Haley, Hardy, Hawk, Hensley, Hildebrand, Holland, Kirshen, Longbine, Lynn, Masterson, McGinn, Miller, Olson, Peterson, Petty, Pilcher Cook, Pyle, Rucker, Scubel, Sullentrop, Sykes, Taylor, Tyson, Wagle, Ware, Wilborn.
Senators and their guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to our Senate chaplain, Pastor Washington.
Please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, God of all heaven and earth, knowing you as our God and knowing that you love us is so encouraging, especially in view of everything that confronts us. Many of the issues that challenge us are difficult to resolve, and given that we have limited abilities, it's just a blessing to know that you have our back. Our ability to solve problems is naturally restricted to our human limitations, but you approach to them in a supernatural way. We have blurred vision and can only see so much, but in Proverbs 15:3, nothing gets past you. There's no limit to your presence. You are everywhere, watching everything we face, whether good or bad. We have hazy, distorted knowledge, and what we do know is limited. But in Hebrews 4, verse 13, nothing is ever hidden or covered up from you. Everything is naked before you and held accountable. Lord, our human limitations are ever before us, even when you let us clearly see what we're facing and enable us to understand the issues, we find ourselves limited or even powerless. But we find in Revelation chapter 19, verse 6, that you are almighty, all-powerful, and fully sovereign. You are King of kings and Lord of lords. Therefore, Master, even when we don't have the answers, we know that you do. So, Lord, sovereignly guide us and help us to trust you for the results. I offer this prayer in the precious name of Jesus. So be it, and amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please note reference of bills on page 1 of the calendar. We are now ready for final action. On the first roll call, we will take the following: the consent calendar bills on page 2, Senate Bill 53, Senate Bill 71, Senate Bill 105, and House Bill 2044, and the final action bills on page 3. Senate Bill 15, Senate Bill 16, Senate Bill 60, and substitute for Senate Bill 62. The clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 53, an act concerning state emblems. Senate Bill 71, an act concerning post-secondary education. Senate Bill 105, an act concerning cities. House Bill 2044, an act concerning income taxation. Senate Bill 15, an act concerning retirement and pensions. Senate Bill 16, an act concerning education. Senate Bill 60, an act concerning real estate. Substitute for Senate Bill 62, an act regulating traffic.
The clerk will call the roll. We're going to stand at ease for just a minute. We're trying to understand the computer system. Make sure we can get it up on all computers. We're going to be at ease for just a few minutes before we vote because we have to reprogram one of the computers. The Senate will come back to order. We are now ready for final action. If you could be in your seats, we are ready for final action. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgartner. Berger. Billinger. Boyer. Bowers. Braun. Denning. Dahl. Estes. Faust Godot. Francisco. Givens. Goddard. Haley.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you, Madam President. I vote no on 62 and aye on the balance, and I'm not going to go into a lengthy explanation of vote on 62. I just don't understand, as I said on yesterday, why we are feeling we need to protect law enforcement from being prosecuted from their own. It just doesn't happen, and so it leads me to wonder and to speculate why we are providing extra protections where one is not necessary. I did a little check regionally, and no other state is providing these provisions in our region. And so I vote no because the unintended consequences of someone involved in a crash or a violent chase because of not siren or not lighting their way could bring a certain level of protection where we don't intend for the general public to not be unprotected.
Would you like your remarks spread on the journal?
I'm going to clean them up and probably offer them in some written form, but
So
I vote
approved.
no on 62. Thank you.
Hardy. Hawk. Hensley. Hildebrand. Holland. Kirshen. Longmine. Lynn. Masterson. McGinn. Miller. Olson. Peterson. Petty.
Senator from Wyandotte.
I vote aye on the balance, but on substitute for Senate Bill 62, I have an explanation of vote of my no vote. Kansas law enforcement works every day to enforce the laws of Kansas for the safety of all. Audible or visual signals help Kansans know that law enforcement is at work. The changes in Senate Bill 62 foster confusion for citizens and could create more problems than answers for the law enforcement community. I vote no. And I would like my
We'll spread your words on the journal.
Pilcher Cook. Pyle. Rucker. Skubal. Sullentrop. Sykes. Taylor. Tyson.
Point of order.
Senator from Lynn County.
I just want to clarify what page we're going to on the vote.
To the bottom of page 3, which is substitute for Senate Bill 62.
Weigel. Where?
Yes, that is included.
Wilborn.
Has every member had an opportunity to vote? Okay. Senator from Cherokee, which bill did you vote no on? It's, no, Senate Bill. Senator from Cherokee, would you clarify, you voted no on 15 or no on 16? No on 16. Okay. And aye on the balance? Does any member want to change their vote? Does any member want to explain their vote? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Madam President. As I mentioned, I'll be doing a written on 62 explanation, but it bears noting that this came out of transportation, and I felt that it would have been better reason to come out of judiciary. I hope the bill will go to judiciary on the House side, because it should be very well considered what public safety factors are taken into account when we change these laws. And I know we have bills languishing in the Senate Judiciary Committee, good bills, because we're a busy committee, but this should have been a Senate Judiciary bill and not one in transportation, and I hope it will be found in the House Judiciary. I'd also like to request to join the remarks of the Senator from Wyandotte on 62, Senator Petty, in her written explanation.
So approved.
Thank you.
Further explanations of vote? Are there any changes of vote? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam President. I changed my vote on HB 2044 from aye to pass.
Further changes of vote or explanations? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. (40) having voted for and none opposed to Senate Bill 105, Senate Bill 15, Senate Bill 60, Senate Bill 53, and Senate Bill 71. 39 having voted for and 1 opposed to Senate Bill 16. 37 having voted for and 1 opposed to House Bill 2044. And 34 having voted for and 4 opposed to Senate Bill 62. All having received the required constitutional majority are hereby declared passed. On our second roll call, we will take the following. The bills on pages 4 and 5, Senate Bill 63, Senate Bill 67, Senate Bill 68, Senate Bill 78, Senate Bill 82, Senate Bill 90, Senate Bill 94, Senate Bill 97, Senate Bill 128, and House Bill 2001. The clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 63, an act concerning transportation network company vehicles. Senate Bill 67, an act concerning life insurance. Senate Bill 68, an act concerning cities. Senate Bill 78, an act concerning consumer protection. Senate Bill 82, an act concerning financial institutions. Senate Bill 90, an act concerning economic development. Senate Bill 94, an act concerning motor vehicle insurance. Senate Bill 97, an act concerning motor vehicles. Senate Bill 128, an act concerning schools. House Bill 2001, an act concerning agriculture.
The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Berger. Bellinger. Oye. Bowers. Braun. Denning. Dahl. Estes. Faust Godot. Francisco. Givens. Goddard. Haley. Hardy. Hawk. Hensley. Hildebrand. Holland. Kirshen. Longbein. Lynn. Masterson. McGinn. Miller. Olson. Peterson. Petty.
Aye.
Pilcher Cook. Pyle. Rucker. Skubal. Sullentrop. Sykes. Taylor. Tyson. Wagle. Ware. Wilborn.
Has every member had an opportunity to vote? Does any member desire to explain their vote? Does any member desire to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Forty having voted for and none opposed to Senate Bill 90, Senate Bill 94, Senate Bill 128, Senate Bill 82, Senate Bill 63, House Bill 2001, Senate Bill 97, and Senate Bill 68. 39 having voted for and none opposed to Senate Bill 67, and 38 having voted for and one opposed to Senate Bill 78, all having received the required constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Johnson County, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Chair appoints a senator from Cherokee County, Senator Hildebrand, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
Good morning, colleagues in Senate. The Senate having resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole, we will now consider those items listed on the calendar under the heading of General Orders. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 199. The chair recognizes the senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner, to explain the bill and go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 199 is A-OK to Work program. That is implementing that program in the state of Kansas. A-OK is going to be our Accelerating Opportunity for Kansans program. What this program does is it allows adults that have not earned their high school diploma to move in a more accelerated process than what's available today. Today, an adult would have to take the GED test. They would have to pay for that GED test, and more than likely they would need to spend 6 or 7 hours studying for that per day. They could take concurrent enrollment courses, college courses, while they're studying for the GED, but we find that most adults without that high school diploma study and prepare for the GED, attempt to pass it, and then work on for college. And what that does is it creates a barrier. Most of these individuals are over the age of 21. They are working full-time, sometimes multiple jobs, trying to piece together a living. In fact, in the state of Kansas, we know that we have nearly 200,000 adults over the age of 25 that have no high school diploma. So what A-OK to Work program does is it allows the adult to go and take a free test through the Board of Regents, the TABE, T-A-B-E, Academic Assessment Test. And then they are qualified, and it determines which courses they would need to take through an approved adult education program. Now, we have many programs, adult education programs throughout the state. In fact, we have 36 different approved adult education locations in our state. They select a career pathway, a technical pathway, and some examples are certified nurse aide, HVAC, EMTs, sheet metal assembly, surgical technology, welders, even veterinary technicians. And so they are able to, once they pick that education path, to begin taking their college courses. They will be transferable college level courses, and they will earn an industry recognized credential, which may be a certificate, it may be an associate's degree within the career pathways. They also will receive about 25% of their instruction will include basic skills and instruction aligned to keep them within that career pathway. The tuition for the A-OK students is supported through the Kansas Board of Regents. That pre-testing of the TABE is free. It is paid for by the Board of Regents. And when they complete their coursework, they then take a career readiness assessment, which would be the work keys, the ACT work keys. They are required to achieve a level, a silver level, and then they have met the requirements necessary by the Kansas Board of Regents to have their high school equivalency. Mr. Chair, I'm ready to stand for questions.
Are there any questions for the senator from Miami? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports favorably Senate Bill 199 for passage.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. That motion was carried. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 77. The chair recognizes the senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Senate Bill 77 has to do with child-on-child sexual behavior. Senate Bill 77 was amended in committee, so I move that we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. Motion's carried. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 77 is designed to address what I believe to be, and many others believe to be, a very serious issue with regard to our children and their safety and their psychosexual development here in the state of Kansas. If we just turn to the east and we look at our neighbor in Missouri, they felt that child sexual abuse was a large problem. When they implemented steps to address this, they anticipated that the number of cases they might be called upon to provide service for might be around 600 children. But in just the first 5 months under their new law, they were dealing with more than 2,000 children. What Senate Bill 77 does is it creates law in our revised Kansas Code for Care of Children, our SYNC code, and it defines children with sexual behavior problems. That would be an individual under the age of 18 that has committed a sexual abuse, an alleged sexual abuse against another minor also under the age of 18. It requires that our Department of Children and Families, that DCF take certain actions when the report of this type of child-on-child sexual behavior problem occurs. You know, when we had our hearing on this bill, we had several folks come and provide testimony. One of the individuals that provided testimony is a pediatric sexual assault nurse examiner. She works in the greater Kansas City area, metro area. And what she shared with us is that in just the last 2 years, she has been called upon to examine and provide services to more than 1,000 minors. And she identified that there are lots of different research studies out there, more than 100 research studies, that show that pornography is directly correlated with this type of violent behavior and aggressive behavior. She identified that in research, they have found that the exposure to pornography through social media for boys under the age of 13 has jumped from 14% to 49%, and that the use of pornography on social media has more than doubled since 2011. We also learned in testimony from the Department of Children and Families, from DCF, that at this point in time, today, last week, last month, last year, they did not have on record any type of specific services that were provided to not only the child or the families that had perpetrated this action or the victims of the alleged action. When pressed for what was the role of DCF when a child was placed into foster care, did they notify foster families that had children in the home that they were going to be receiving a child that had these problems? They didn't know. When asked how many children last year fit this category, they did admit that there were 433 children in foster care last year that had been taken into custody because of being a child with problem sexual behavior. And yet they could not cite any type of services that were provided to that child, the child's family, nor could they provide how many approximate victims there might have been to this inappropriate sexual behavior. Now, based on what DCF did provide, we know that from a budgetary standpoint, they have a cost estimate of just over $200,000, and that factors in, they anticipate that this year they will be serving approximately 215 children. They also include that they would be serving more than 600, nearly 800 family members. So what Senate Bill 77 does is it requires that the Department of Children and Families does immediately upon investigation. They provide the service, they provide the referral to a child advocacy center. We know that we have many advocacy centers within the state that do use research-based, outcome-based treatment for children that have the issue of inappropriate or problem sexual behavior. It also requires that DCF must document whether or not the child and the family received any type of services from the advocacy centers, or if in fact those were declined. Mr. Chair, I'm ready to stand for questions.
Are there any questions for the senator from Miami? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Foscato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the senator from Miami would stand for a question, please.
She's standing.
Thank you so much. So just for clarification, when you mention the information you've received from DCF, so did you hear that information from our new Secretary of DCF or from the previous Secretary from DCF, and or, because I'm not on that committee, the information when you apply that they did not know? It's clarification, there's a new Secretary of DCF, and so would you say that perhaps she did not know because the issues that you're speaking of occurred on the previous Secretary of DCF, Mr. Chairman?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To clarify, the Secretary of DCF, currently the acting secretary, nor any prior secretary came to testify. And rather, they sent an individual from the division to serve as a representative. Let me see, I think I might be able to identify who that was. This was an individual that had been employed by the Department of Children and Families. It was the special assistant to the secretary. And she was addressing not only current practice, so as of January 14th, but prior practice as well. She could not verify that there were any standard procedures that DCF was currently or had previously acted under to assure that children are referred to any type of advocacy center or receive any type of treatment. She also could not verify, she did not know of any policy whereby a foster family, particularly foster parents, would be made aware prior to receiving a child that had problem sexual behaviors, that was the reason that child would be placed in their home.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These issues that we're discussing today have been a great concern of mine and many colleagues for many years. There is legislation that I've introduced a couple of times and not got a sufficient hearing on, performance-based contracting that includes some of the concerns here, modeled off of legislation in Seattle, Washington. But our particular issue, especially in Sedgwick County, where I reside, to me concerns those contractors. And so that DCF contracts with, where children a lot of times go missing, and the sexual activity that we're speaking of in this legislation relates to. If the senator from Miami would share in this, it's a really short bill, and I didn't see it, but if she would share, do we request that also, not only DCF, but also those contractors that are involved or foster group homes, that they too must report to DCF, and then DCF perhaps when they report back to us, the legislature, are we requiring those contractors to be held accountable relating to this measure?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The bill does say that when DCF receives the report of there is a child with sexual problem behaviors, and that the agency determines there needs to be a joint investigation, they can bring in law enforcement. But it also says that the department shall immediately provide a referral to a child advocacy center and as needed offer additional services. They have to document, the services can be voluntary unless the department determines that they are a high risk of future repeat behavior. And if so, then they have to document if the child or the family refuses for such acceptance of such treatment. Now, the agency is the one that contracts with these different senators that provide this service. They are the ones that make that referral. That is not necessarily being done at this time, and DCF did validate that that is not being consistently done at this time. They are not making the referrals for each instance. They are not determining if there is a high likelihood of repeat behavior whereby they can require the treatment. Likewise, they are not making the recommendation that the family be a part of the treatment as well.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate the response from the senator from Miami. Just one last question, follow-up on that. So the interaction with the agency, the Child Advocacy Centers. I know we have one in Wichita, Sedgwick County, do we have those facilities throughout the state of Kansas so we can address all the children that might be affected by this measure? And so that's one question. Do we have those centers throughout the state of Kansas to address this need? And when the senator from Miami says that we are asking that the entire family participate, is that a biological family or a foster family?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That would be determined by the agency. It would also be determined by where the child was at the time that they committed the alleged act. So if they were already placed in a foster home for a different reason, then it might be mandated that the foster home as well as the child receive treatment, particularly if it's a child that is a biological child of the foster parents. We do know of circumstances where that has occurred. A foster child is taken into a foster home and the action is taken against a child that is biological child of the foster family. The very same concern was expressed as far as the biological home. So if a child goes out of foster care and is placed back in the biological home, it was addressed in testimony, the concern, what are the circumstances of that home? In fact, one of the reasons that the recommendation from the Child Advocacy Center of Sedgwick for the change of the language was in particular to protect the the child that had allegedly committed this action. Because what they do know from research is that more than 50% of children that have inappropriate sexual behavior against other children have themselves been victims of sex crimes. And so taking a child from the foster home, placing them back in the biological home, if that was the environment where perhaps they were abused, we definitely want that to be addressed. And so one of the benefits of this legislation is it does not limit or constrict the purview or recommendation of DCF. It just clarifies that they must take action and they must document the action that's taken. And if their recommendation for treatment is declined, that must be documented as well. So in an interesting way, it is a bit of a transparency issue. I do want you to know, I do want the good senator from Sedgwick to know that the testimony that was provided by the different advocacy centers, of which we have 12.5 throughout the state, they did identify that the impact of Senate Bill 77 for your community, for our communities, is timely and important. There are many gaps in services for this unique population, and they have already started evidence-based treatment programs. They want to obviously be able to address the needs of the children that have perpetrated, as well as those that are victims, and the families as well, so that all children can grow up in a healthy psychosexual manner.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate the senator from Miami's responses to this very important piece of legislation that I will be voting for. It concerns the sexual issue. However, I wish it also included the missing children. I also just want to say, for the record, Mr. Chairman, some of these problems, they occur in group homes. They also occurred on the watch of the previous DCF secretary, and now we bear the burden, each of us in this chamber, to help fix the problem for all Kansans, the children in Kansas that are affected by this issue. And so I appreciate the senator's indulgence in my questions, and encourage the body to support the legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Miami, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to add, and I appreciate that the senator from Sedgwick included our foster kids that are missing. Because one of the things that we do know, not only in the state of Kansas, but throughout the United States, we as a state are not unique in kids being missing from foster care, but unfortunately we are not unique in the sense that the likelihood that a child goes missing that's in foster care, that they will be then lured into or trapped into sex trafficking or some type of additional abuse is very high, and that is true throughout the United States. So for their safety, we do need to find them and provide them treatment if in fact they have been victimized.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since I was not present at the hearing, I had a couple questions about some further issues regarding this bill, if I may.
You may.
Thank you. And thank you. This is a very serious issue that obviously we need some type of addressing to help protect others from inappropriate behavior by these children. My question is, what will happen if the child advocacy centers do not have staff or availability to treat said child that has been recommended for this facility? Was that discussed in committee?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, it was discussed, And one of the things that we did learn from representatives of the Advocacy Center, in fact, the individual that did testify on their behalf was Kim Parker. And, you know, we had talked about specifically increasing funding, but we're told that, well, we couldn't do that with this particular bill. But we were assured that they did have the means within their centers, and they were expanding the different programs, the evidence-based treatment programs, and that they could provide those services. Though they did also admit that, and it is included, I believe, in, yes, DCF did respond that they felt that the $213,000 as far as impact, fiscal effect, that would simply be for the counseling and services that were not covered by Medicaid or by private health insurance. So they certainly do identify that the means for the services aren't going to be limited only to the advocacy centers, that it could be private therapy that would be provided as well.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you for that. The only other question I had was how was it discussed also, and how do they determine that a child is, quote, well, and can go back into living in regular foster care?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, the child would be in regular foster care, or they would be in their homes, not taken and put in foster care. But that would be the role of DCF when they are making those regular visits with the child and with the foster parents or with the biological or guardian for the child, and that would be determined by the care provider as well as the Department of Children and Families.
Senator from Johnson.
I appreciate the answers. Thank you.
Are there any further questions for the senator from Miami? There being no more questions, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and report, it reports Senate Bill 77 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. Motion carried. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 162. The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Solentrop, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were amendments. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed, say no. Motion carried.
This bill was brought to our committee by Senator Baumgardner, and I want to thank her publicly for taking initiative to put this together and have us consider this. Basically, what the bill does, it'll put in a process of notification of children under foster care that have gone missing, so that we as legislators know the circumstance and frequency and or some degree perhaps a general idea of who these children are, so that we can better respond as well, of course, prior to learning it in a newspaper. Initially, DCF was reluctant because there was a potential fiscal note as requested to be put into newspapers, but that has been amended. So you will find on your desk that DCF has changed their position from opposition to support. Along with that, you'll also find that the fiscal note has been revised as well due to the amendments. The third item that you'll find on your desk is a letter put out by our governor indicating her support for this notification and legislation. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
It has been handed in, yes.
And what is the number? Thank you.
1205.
Do you want to explain your amendment, or do you want to have it read?
It's simple enough to explain. I'll do so. You'll turn your attention to the bill itself. In Section 2, it just lists the items to be reported if the child goes missing, and in lieu of that, the bill will then add letters: A, and a description B, and a description C, and a description in D, and a description. So that's the only details to the amendment. So with that, let's stand for questions.
Are there any questions on the amendment? There being no questions, you may move your amendment.
I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. That motion carried. We are now back on the bill.
With that, I will stand for questions.
Are there any questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Johnson, Senator Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have questions. I just wanted to point out to the body, again, the letter from the governor. This was written specifically implementing her own plan, and it was not addressing the bill that we had. And I would just point out some of the differences from the governor's plan to our bill. One, there is no fine to DCF if they do not report. Although I expect them to report. And the second is that you all will be receiving this report as a child goes missing within each 24-hour period. If a child is missing, you will get that report. I would also add in that in our bill, we have amended in notification included for all of us that what of the Child Welfare Task Force, the top 5 recommendations that were in that task force report, how many of those have been addressed by the legislature? As of now, we have bills pending and we have not heard any of them, and many of them would help to reduce the number of children missing. So I encourage all of us to pay attention to that. And since we realize and are recognizing and are voting on an issue that says we need to be notified essentially within 24 hours of this occurrence, that we will do something to prevent these children and help protect them and help them not be runaways or have the services that they need so that they can be treated and get out of foster care as needed. So I am in support of this bill and appreciate the governor also standing up in favor. And the one other thing that the governor is doing that is separate from this bill is this information not only will be given to all of us, but will also be on the website. And so the general public will have access to that information. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Sedgwick, would you like to respond?
I want to thank the Senator from Johnson for the additional comments and her support of the bill.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Foscato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question for the Senator from Sedgwick.
Okay.
So, and I don't know, I don't see it in your amendment, but in this piece, did you consider there is supposed to be an active 1-800 number to whereas law enforcement could also call or help check or leave information regarding those missing children. Did the committee or your amendment consider that, or any thoughts? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I understand the comment correctly involving law enforcement notification, DCF would have that flexibility to make sure law enforcement is notified in these cases as well.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Foscato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to clarify the penalty, the $500 penalty for the folks in our body. It is on page 2 and it starts on line 19. It is not that DCF is penalized. We hold them accountable, but it is for each day that a foster care case management contractor does not notify the Kansas Department for Children and Families as required by subsection B. The Kansas Department for Children and Families shall assess a fine of $500 from the contractor. And that is really, it's our clawback opportunity. So the contractor is required monthly to have someone visit that foster home or that newly adopted home. And we know that sometimes that hasn't happened. We know that lots of things haven't necessarily happened with our contractors the way we would like to have happen. Many of you will remember that we had 3 kids missing, 3 siblings missing from the Tonganoxie area a couple of years ago, and there were all kinds of failures. Contractor failure, DCF failure to notify. Our school systems didn't notify for truancy the fact that these girls had been missing, not for a day, not for a week, but for several months. And it was only when that finally became public that we were able to find those children. And that really was the nexus for this bill. We cannot act as good stewards to defend and to protect our foster kids. We have more than 7,500 of them in our state unless we know what is and isn't happening with them. And so the $500 fee came from, that is what is the penalty for a CORA violation, a public record violation. And by notifying us and the media of a child going missing or a child spending the night not in foster care but in an office, that is a failure to report, and I felt that was a matter of public record, and I felt that the penalty fit the violation, and so that is what that's there for. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Solentrop, would you like to respond?
Again, I would appreciate the support and comments from the senator from Miami. Of course, case managers are our partners in this process, and they need to be held accountable as well. So it will reinforce the importance of these notifications. Thank you.
Are there any more questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 162 favorably for passage.
As amended?
As amended, excuse me.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. That motion's carried. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 49. The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick County, Senator Kirshen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today we're going to talk about wildlife and parks. This is their bill, and what it does, it authorizes the Secretary of Wildlife and Park to establish fees for cabins and camp permits. Previously, the Wildlife and Parks Commission did that. They had meetings across the state, and when they talk about wildlife, waterfowl and hunting and fishing issues, and they can also take up fee issues. It was their job, and now we want to move that over to the Secretary of the Wildlife and Parks to have that discretion to put those fees in areas where they're needed, whether reducing them or raising them. And we know that one size doesn't fit all on this particular deal with cabin sites. So I know out in Cheney, where I come from, is a whole different arrangement from Milford Lake. So it does give the Secretary to on weekends and at times when there's needed, that they can reduce the fees of those cabins so that the renter gets more value. So that's the purpose of the bill, is authorize them to do that. And I did during our caucus debate, there was a couple of questions that I want to answer, and I have that information. And what that is on the number of cabins. There's approximately 115 cabins, and their rate is $85 to $115. And there are no cabins rented for $250. That was the old cap, is where that number come from. So there are no cabins rented for $250. And then the commission, Wildlife and Parks Commission, does support the action for the secretary to have this authority, and we support it too. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there any questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the good senator stand for question?
He's standing.
Thank you. There was a question as to why the caps are being removed in this bill.
The senator from Sedgwick.
Well, they're mainly because they don't apply, because the way the caps, previous caps are put there, they don't apply to different areas of the same. So what a cap might be for a cabin in Cheney is different from what it might be, what you can get for it, what the value is for Milford Lake. So that is one of the reasons, I guess. So,
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are there any of these cabins that have reached the maximum?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Not apparently, because 250 was the cap, and they've never rented a cabin for $250.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have concern removing a cap that's never been reached and has no sunset, no restrictions. It leaves this wide open. It was also brought to our attention that there's an authority that does address the prices for the cabins, and this would remove it. It would put it all in the hands of the Secretary of Wildlife and Parks. Would the good senator like to comment to that?
The senator from Sedgwick.
That is basically correct. What the Department of Wildlife and Parks Commission is still intact. They hold meetings across the state on hunting and fishing issues. This particular issue could be brought up too from the public about the fees on the cabins too. So that's an open meeting, and any topic is being able to discuss. And so if the public wanted to weigh in on that, that'd be perfectly fine to do so, and to see what their remarks would be.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a prime example of we should ask ourselves, what should government be doing? We have cabins that we are competing with private companies, private mom and pop businesses, and we should ask ourselves as a state, is this a function of government? I will not be supporting this bill. I do not support removing the caps, and I think we should look at this public entity of renting cabins. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Sedgwick, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I accept those remarks, but we've been told since all the years that I've been chair of the Agriculture Committee that we need to run it like a business, be efficient, the way business would run it, and that's where we're headed. There's no SGF money in the Wildlife and Parks, and they're trying to justify the expenses based on the business they have, and so I think I support what they're doing right now.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question, but I do have some comments and have also sat in on a number of meetings when we've discussed this issue. I have been a proponent of making sure that we have caps on fees that departments are setting, but I see this very differently because the fee is a single fee per night. So it's not a charge to be allowed to do something other than be in that cabin. If, in fact, we set our fees too low, we are providing even greater, what you could say is unfair competition to others, because the department is not allowed to charge what might be considered to be the going rate. And so if it's much lower, we're unfairly pricing that. This is part of our residents' experience when they use a state park. So it's nice to be able to stay over and enjoy that. So I see these as being different. I think the fees are going to be set appropriately by the marketplace. Their department has every interest in making sure that they price it correctly. And also the problem about setting a particular fee, which is what the commission has done, is you can't raise it and lower it for holidays or offer a $5 discount at a time when they aren't seeing a lot of activity. So I think the department explained the reasons. I don't think it's necessary to have caps, and I support Senate Bill 49.
Senator from Sedgwick, would you like to respond?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you refresh my memory on what the top fee was that they're currently charging for a cabin?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen.
Those cabins in that category of was $85 to $115. The $250 was the cap fee.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
So if we currently doubled the fee that they were charging underneath the current cap, it still wouldn't reach that cap, is that correct?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen.
Yeah, at $115 it'd be over $250 because the cap was at $250 and their top rate was $115. That'd be, I count that as $230.
Senator.
Plus $230. You're right. You're under. My arithmetic wasn't right. Sorry about that. It'd still be under. You're right.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My concern is not the flexibility I think we need to utilize and get more people utilizing these cabins. It's just that cap, we are currently with the cap there, we would allow them to have the flexibility to double. I just don't understand why we're removing the cap. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen, would you like to respond?
Once again, a cap of $250 in Milford might not be the same as a cap in Genie Reservoir. So that's the problem.
Okay. Senator from Brown, Senator Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for the chair, please.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Yes.
I'm curious, are the cabins subject to the same regulations as the bed and breakfast or hotel motel industries?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen.
I assume they have certain standards, but independent business off the park might be different, but I'm not sure I can answer that.
Senator from Brown.
So we don't know if, Mr. Chairman, we don't know if they're inspected when they're built as to building code standards, the same fire protection, safety standards. That's what I'm asking. You know, we have all kinds of regulations in place to deal with anything from bed bugs to other problems in building codes. Are those standards applied to these cabins that we're now in the business of running at the state level?
Senator from Sedgwick.
I don't know exactly. I assume they would have some standard, but I'd have to find that out. I don't have that information.
Senator from Brown.
So, Mr. Chairman, we don't know if they're subject to fire codes and limitations on how many bed capacity, what the bed capacity is at each unit. We don't know. We don't have answers to that. We don't know. Am I hearing correct?
Senator from Sedgwick.
I've seen inside the cabin that says limited capacity, so there are regulations. I mean, maximum capacity.
Senator from Brown.
So, Mr. Chairman, I just have all kinds of questions, and I noted in committee that the bill, we had the hearing the same day in committee, and then the bill was worked immediately following that hearing, and didn't allow a lot of time for any kind of preparatory to get the kind of research that we should have really to move this bill forward. I know it's moved before in the past, but I think there's a lot of questions I know that I have as to occupancy and who's using them, you know, how they're being used and by whom. But I will be opposing this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Sedgwick, would you like to respond?
Just that he's correct. We did hear the bill and worked it the same day. Like I said, the bill passed out of committee 2 years ago and passed this floor, and so the committee was somewhat familiar with it, and there was, on the committee vote, there was only one opposition to moving out of committee, so I felt comfortable doing what we did and get it to the floor here. So.
Are there any further questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Senator Brown.
Mr. Chairman, those comments that were made by the chair raise a couple questions. 2 years ago, can the chairman answer, was everything the same as it is today? Did we have the same number of cabins? Did we have the same caps? Did we have the same rates? Were things the same?
Senator from Sedgwick.
I don't think it's exactly, I think the caps were still in there.
Senator from Brown.
Well, it'd be nice to know rather than to I think. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Sedgwick, would you like to respond? Are there any further questions for the senator from Sedgwick? There being no questions, Senator, you may move your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee arises and report Senate Bill 49, favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The motion's carried. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2035. The chair recognizes the senator from Ford, Senator Estes, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed, no. That motion was carried.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A law becoming effective April the 1st, 2019, which was passed last year, was House Bill 2502, and allows cereal malt beverage retailers to sell beer containing no more than 6% alcohol by volume, and would provide ABC with enforcement authority for violations involving the sale of such beer by those retailers. So House Bill 2035 would specify notice and procedural requirements for violations of the Cereal Malt Beverage Act, and would place violations of the Act under the authority of the ABC. Under the provisions of the bill, notice and procedural requirements for violations of the Act would be the same as violations of the Liquor Control Act and the Club and Drinking Establishment Act. The bill would make this uniform authority across the state of all of our liquor laws, and would be effective upon publication in the Kansas Register. May it please the Speaker, we actually have an amendment carried by the Senator from Butler, Senator Givens. We might recognize at that time.
Senator from Butler, Senator Givens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
It has been turned in.
What is the number?
S1177.
Do you want to read it or have it explained?
I can do both.
Okay. If you'll just give us a couple of minutes to...
Thank you. If you're looking at the bill, the revisers wanted to put a comma in a particular area. So on page 3 of the bill, in section D, this would put a comma after the words all alcoholic liquor, cereal malt beverages, etc. And then at following section B, we amend that to add a section C, and it will read, as used in this section, the term retailer means the same as such term is defined in KSA 41-102 and amendments thereto. Basically, that allows a clear definition between the retail stores or grocery stores or anyone selling strong beverages and the tax collected by the liquor stores. They are two separate pieces of taxes. I can stand for questions.
Are there any questions on the amendment? There being none, Senator, you may close.
I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. That motion was carried. We are now back on the bill.
The bill was had almost unanimous support when it was introduced and discussed and passed out. It was brought forward actually by the behalf of the Kansas Association of Chiefs of Police, the Kansas Sheriff's Association, and the Kansas Peace Officers Association. So I guess I would stand for questions.
Are there any questions for the senator from Ford? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Foscato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Serving on the committees, the Senate Vet and State Committee, if the senator from Ford would clarify a measure in this legislation.
Senator from Ford, Senator Estes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Well,
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, does this measure also include clarification on who pays what tax? So the retailer where the strong liquor sold now inside of that grocery store, did we clarify who pays what tax and to whom it's paid?
Senator from Ford.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. That's pretty much what the amendment did. It points out that the liquor stores will still be subject to the 8% enforcement tax that the retailers are under the regular sales tax program, and that's the way it will stay. And they are a little bit different, but they're very, very close, and that's the way the industry and the department felt like it should remain, and that's why the amendment came out that way, and points out that the liquor stores will stay 8% enforcement tax.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And did we not address in the committee the size of those who would provide samples?
Senator from Ford.
Yes, it was discussed, but that actually is a different bill, which I think I'm bringing next week. But yes, that has been a point of contention, but it will be straightened out. But it isn't part of this bill. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any further questions for the senator from Ford? Seeing none, you may move your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report House Bill 2035 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. The motion was carried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 61. The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick County, Senator Sulentrop, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were amendments. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. That motion was carried. You may proceed.
What Senate Bill 61 does would amend adding podiatrists who completed a 2-year postdoctoral surgical residency program prior to July 1 of 27 in reconstructive rear foot ankle surgery to the podiatrist who may perform the surgery on the ankle. This bill was brought forward to us by the Kansas Podiatric Medical Association. In 2014, there was legislation passed that precluded certain doctors with limited work on it to be excluded from the Kansas surgery and work on podiatry issues in the foot. This would change that and grandfather in those PDMs who are inadvertently excluded and allow them to once again perform rear foot ankle medical procedures. There was no opposition. The Kansas Medical Society did appear as neutral. The Senate did amend the bill by removing sections 2 and 3, which would have amended statutes to add the practice of podiatry as a branch of the healing arts and would have removed podiatrists from the list of professions not included in the practice of healing arts and amend the title. There is no fiscal effect to this bill. And I'll stand for questions.
Are there any questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. Would the senator from Sedgwick stand for a question?
He's standing.
I always like that response. I appreciate the explanation, and I do serve on the health committee. And if I remember correctly, that this group of podiatrists, because of the educational requirements that have changed since 2007. Prior to 2007, only 2 years were required, where now it's 3. And so that helps to bring this group into compliance because the training situation has changed since that period. Would that be correct?
That'd be correct.
Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick.
That would be correct. Thank you.
Are there any further questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, they report Senate Bill 61 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The motion is carried. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 134. The chair recognizes the senator from Saline County, Senator Hardy, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? No. That motion's carried. You may proceed with explaining the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 134 clarifies the crime of counterfeiting, which was created by legislation in 2018. The bill clarifies that the crime of counterfeiting currency includes counterfeiting both currency and notes. The bill would add possession of a computer to the list of items used in counterfeiting currency. The bill also clarifies the crime of counterfeiting notes and currency of $25,000 or more as a level 7 felony and level 8 felony for counterfeit currency and notes with the value of less than $25,000. Through these changes, the legislature will assist local law enforcement agencies in protecting Kansas businesses. Some cities have expressed concern regarding the inability to address the crime as technology advancements have occurred. Further, Kansas cities have experienced drug crimes with counterfeit currency as the fiscal transaction. This bill originated in Senator Berger's district and in his conversations with law enforcement there. And with that, I stand for questions.
Are there any questions for the senator from Saline? Seeing no questions, Senator, you may close.
Thank you. I move that when the committee rises and report, it reports Senate Bill 134 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. That motion was carried. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 27. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson County, Senator Pilcher Cook, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. There is no committee report.
Oh, I'm sorry. You are correct. Senate Bill 27 addresses a technical fix to the state unemployment laws concerning filings of quarterly reporting of tax and wage data to the Department of Labor. The bill was brought by the National Association of Employment Organizations, ADP in Overland Park, and SEDECO in Wichita. The PEOs, which is the acronym for Professional Employment Organizations, provide contracted management services for payroll, employment taxes, and assist with state and federal filing compliance. Testimony indicated that businesses that use the PEO services can grow faster, have lower employee turnover, and are less likely to go out of business, as they help to relieve the burden that the small businesses no longer have to operate with, and the businesses can focus on their main core competencies. Currently, Kansas law treats the owners, shareholders, partners, or officers, or board members differently than their employees, necessitating two separate filings to their PEO. This puts a cumbersome burden for both the business and the PEO. And Kansas is unlike any other state and is an outlier in this regard. So testimony from the proponents indicated that separate filings require development of unique customized software that is only needed in Kansas, and there were no opponents. The Department of Labor was neutral on the bill, indicating there were no records as to the reason why separate filings were necessary. They did say it would help them facilitate filings and would not affect limitations placed on owners' eligibility for the unemployment benefits. I stand for questions.
Are there any questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing no questions, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports a report, Senate Bill 27 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. That motion was carried. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 193. The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Solentrout, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were amendments. I move we adopt the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. That motion was carried. You may proceed, Senator.
This bill was introduced to the Senate Health Committee by Senator Baumgardner, along with representatives from the community health centers, Community Health Centers of Southeast Kansas, Kansas Chapter of National Association of Social Workers, St. Francis Ministries, and others, all in favor of this bill on reciprocity. This bill would allow for licensed social workers in other states to perform work in Kansas that is clearly needed. It would amend the licensure requirements for a specialist clinical social worker to reduce the number of hours of postgraduate supervised professional experience required. Although, when licensed to perform work here, they would need to be on track to complete some additional education requirements to continue their work. There were no opponents or neutral to the bill, and there is no fiscal note. So with that, I stand for questions.
Are there any questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Seeing no questions, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report Senate Bill 193 favorable for passage.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. That motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 130. The chair recognizes the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Braun, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
And there were amendments, so thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we adopt the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The motion is carried. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 130 comes to the floor from the Ethics and Elections Committee and concerns mail-in ballots that arrive to county election offices either unsigned or with a signature that does not match the signature on file for the voter. If you'll each please turn to page 1 of the bill, lines 20 through 24 for the language of the bill. The bill came to us from Sedgwick County Election Office, and the bill was proposed by proponent our Sedgwick County Senator Olathe Faust-Godot was also a proponent on that. What they had observed is that several ballots had come in, and the election offices that were involved, and we had several that reported to us, and they said they had made efforts to make sure to contact any voter where the signature was not on the envelope or the signature did not match that on file. There was a conversation about doing due diligence to do that, to contact those voters on the envelopes, but the county commissioners wanted some flexibility within that to be able to choose in what manner to do that. With that, and with the reading of the bill, I would now stand for questions.
Are there any questions for the senator from Wyandotte? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The senator, if he would, well, actually, Mr. Chairman, I don't have a question. I just want to rise in strong support of Senate Bill 130. I think all of us across the state will benefit from this legislation. We all know people with disabilities or senior citizens who request an advance ballot. And a lot of times they do forget to sign the outside of the envelope. And visiting prior to the 2019 legislative session, this was on the legislative wish list for our South Central Kansas delegation. We all heard from our county commissioners that well, I'll say, Mr. Chairman, for me, it was disheartening to actually watch the recounts and to see the stack of advanced ballots. I believe our county clerk said there were about 383 ballots, advanced ballots, that were thrown out, that weren't counted. Because the envelopes weren't signed. And so this legislation, Senate Bill 130, that I rise in strong support for, would simply allow every vote to be counted. And I appreciate the senator from Wyandotte for carrying the bill. Thank you so much.
Senator from Wyandotte, would you like to respond?
I thank the senator from Sedgwick for her comments.
Are there any further questions for the senator from Wyandotte? Seeing no further questions, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comments made by my colleague from Sedgwick County on this bill and believe this will further meet the goal of counting every legitimate ballot in the 105 counties for Kansas voters. With that, I move that when the committee rises in report, it report sub-bill SB 130 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. That motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair recognizes the majority leader from Johnson County, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report progress.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. That motion was carried.
Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 1607 by Senators Wagle, Denning, and Hensley. a concurrent resolution relating to the adjournment of the Senate and House of Representatives for a period of time during the 2019 regular session of the Legislature.
This constitutes introduction of SCR 1607. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Johnson County, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Madam President. I move an emergency be declared, the rule suspended, and SCR 1607 be adopted by voice vote.
This is our adjournment resolution with the pro forma tomorrow, I believe.
Madam President, this is our adjournment resolution, and when we gavel out, we'll be gaveling out pro forma.
Okay, questions on the resolution? Senator from Minority Leader Hensley.
So the pro forma will be tomorrow, and then we will not return until next Wednesday. Is that correct?
Majority Leader Denning.
Madam President, that is correct.
Okay. Questions on the resolution? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Just a point of information. Are we going to be coming back on a general orders this afternoon or not?
Majority Leader Denning.
Madam President, the plan or the intention is to do our resolution, break for lunch, come back at 2, finish our work, and then emergency final action all of our bills.
Okay. Further questions? Seeing none, the motion's been made. All those in favor of adopting the resolution say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Our intention is to recess. Are there announcements before we recess? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to announce that the subcommittee on Kansas Water Office, Department of Ag, Department of Wildlife, Parks and Tourism, and ESARP will be meeting at the rail at 2 o'clock. Actually, the Ways and Means room is available, and I know we're coming back at 2, so we don't have a lot of work to do. We just have some adjustments to make. So let's meet at 2 o'clock in the Ways and Means room. Thank you.
Further announcements? Seeing none, the chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Johnson County, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the Senate recess until 2 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The Senate is at recess.
The Senate will come to order. The Senate will resume general orders with the Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, in the chair.
Good afternoon, everybody. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 131. The chair recognizes the senator from Saline County, Senator Hardy, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. That motion is carried.
Thank you. Senate Bill 131 was recommended by the County Clerks Association. It moves the filing deadline for municipal offices that do not require a primary to the date before the August primary. Currently, the deadline is September 1 for these municipal offices. It also makes the same deadline as that for other candidates in offices that don't have a primary, independent candidates being an example. This bill would align the candidate filing deadline with the current deadline for other offices of candidates, reducing confusion for candidates and providing more time for election officers to prepare ballots. This bill would align the date when certain township officers take the oath of office with that of other elected offices. Currently, the bill requires that persons take an oath of office 20 days after their election. The new date would be the second Monday in January, matching the date for other offices. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there any questions for the senator from Saline? Oh. Senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's harder up there than it looks. You're making it look easy, so thank you. I do have an amendment. As a chairman of the committee, I have an amendment I would like to introduce. It is S1209.
Have you turned it in?
I have, and I can explain it fairly easy.
Okay, give us just a couple of minutes to get it handed out, please. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's very simple. This is more technical in nature, but we think it's a cleanup. Had we thought of this in committee, we would have offered it. It is striking on line 19 some words where we've already set a date in this bill. By eliminating these words, it'll have less confusion, and we've already set a date. And then the second part of it, we'd like to add behind the word on line 36 or before, and this allows flexibility for the people being sworn in for the townships, and not only the second Monday, but they could be sworn in up until that time. That is simply what the amendment does. Very straightforward.
Are there any questions on the amendment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any questions, but I do stand in support of this amendment. Our caucus had a discussion about this bill. This body voted just this morning unanimously on Senate Bill 105 that gives some more flexibility to cities and counties regarding dates. Township officers are maybe in the same situation, that their meetings are not necessarily on the second Monday of January. And they have a variety of ways that they can submit to the oath of office. They can do it before a judge, before a city official. So giving them this flexibility allows them, if they're already at the courthouse on other business after the election, to go ahead and take that oath, or whatever flexibility they might need, but to do it by the deadline when they start in office. So I appreciate the senator bringing this amendment and plan to vote for it.
Senator from Cloud, would you like to respond?
Yes, and I do want to thank Senator from Douglas County for bringing this to our attention. It makes the bill better. I wish we had had it in committee, and I really like to thank her for her wordsmithing, that she catches these things for us so much. So thank you to her and to my vice chair for carrying the bill, which is a common sense fix for our people at home. Thank you. If there's no more questions, I'm happy to move the amendment.
Are there any more questions for the senator from Cloud? There being no more questions, you may move your amendment.
I'll move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The motion was carried. We are back on the original bill. Any questions? There being no questions, you may move your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and it reports Bill 134 favorably for passage. What?
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say
as amended.
As amended.
And it's 131. I'm sorry.
131.
Okay. Let me do this again. I move that when the committee rises and it reports Senate Bill 131 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. That motion was carried. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 7. The chair recognizes the senator from Saline County, Senator Hardy, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to do a better job for my pages this time. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. That motion was carried. You may explain the bill.
Thank you. Senate Bill 7 corrects an unintended consequence of legislation that moved city commission and school board elections from April to November. This bill changes current law regarding the timing of elections of officers. The bill would change the dates of July to the second Monday in January relating to the election of officers of the local school board. Officer elections for school boards could then occur as early as January or as late as July. We also added an amendment to help with school board member elections. State law requires a majority vote of the current school board and then the issue must be put on a special election ballot. This amendment gives the school board the option to put such a decision before voters at a general or primary election, in addition to still having the right to hold a special election. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there any questions for the senator from Saline? Not seeing any. Oops. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the good senator stand for question?
He's standing.
Thank you. Was there any discussion in committee on how school board members or positions are filled once vacated?
Senator from Saline.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part of the question.
Senator from Lynn.
Any discussion on how school board positions are filled once vacated?
Senator from Saline.
This bill does not address that particular issue. I think that is that election question is handled on the local level, if I remember correctly.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm actually reading the bill, line 16, 17, says that Board of Education, such as school district, until an eligible successor is appointed by the Board of Education to fill the position.
Senator from Saline.
Correct. That is correct. The board appoints a person to fill that that vacant position.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm surprised the committee didn't discuss this. We've got a closed board that is appointing another member to their board. The constituents of that district do not get a say in it. They do not get to elect. Even if it was nonpartisan, it could be the precinct people from both parties in that district. I'm disappointed that we did not have that conversation and do not look to address that issue.
Senator from Saline.
I may, if this is like a position that we have, for instance, on our city commission, we had a vacant seat when I vacated my seat, and the city commission appointed a replacement for me, and then that person stood for election in the next available election. And so I think the same thing happens in regards to school board elections as well. That's my understanding anyway.
Senator from Butler, Senator Givens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I like the way that the local boards have that option of deciding whether to replace a vacant position or leave it open. They currently have that right. They are not required to fill a vacant position. Thank you.
Senator from Saline.
Thank you. I do not have anything to add, except that it is current law.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an issue that actually has come up repeatedly, at least in the last 2 or 3 years, with regard to boards. We certainly know in Johnson County and in other counties where someone has taken a position elsewhere or has stepped down from the board, actually their very first meeting after getting elected. And so you have a board that perhaps started out as 6 members, you have 1 stepping down, and 5 members determine what that leadership will be for the next 4 years, and it certainly doesn't allow for input from the community, particularly the voters. And so it is, we have discussed that before in caucus. We have discussed that very topic when the change was made with regard to election dates. And so it is certainly something that should have been discussed when we were going to make this change. The notion that it was an unintended consequence as far as the naming of officers, some would argue that that wasn't an unintended consequence. And for this change to fix something, it was certainly discussed at the time of the voting change of dates. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Saline, would you like to address that?
I don't think I need to comment. Thank you.
Senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we just discussed, it's current law, and I believe the body knows when we have bills that come into our committee, we take them in without objection. So if this is a topic we'd like to talk about next year, I would encourage someone to bring forth a bill, and we'll have a hearing on it, and we'll sort out any consequence that we feel like needs to be dealt with the current law. Right now, this doesn't speak to that. So, and thank you again for the Vice Chair, Senator Hardy, for carrying the bill.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Hensley.
Yeah, in his absence, I just wanted to mention the fact that Senator Hawk, or the senator from Riley, is the one that brought this bill to the committee. It was introduced at his request, and I just wanted to mention that for the record.
Are there Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Foscato?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My seatmate did want to speak on the bill, but I believe he's in the subcommittee with Senator McGann, Ways and Means. Is that correct? Are we able to just wait a couple of minutes for him, please?
No, I'm sorry. We've already started. We need to proceed. Are there any further questions for the senator from Saline? There being no further questions, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also would like to offer my thanks to Senator Hawk, who worked diligently with the local school board to work on this bill and to get it to the place where it is. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 7 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. That motion is carried. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 59. The chair recognizes the senator from Cloud County, Senator Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last but not least, right?
That's right.
So Senate Bill 59 would create the Eudora Community Library District Act to allow the city of Eudora to continue being a part of a library district. This bill only affects Eudora, Kansas. The city of Eudora, the Eudora Township Public Library, and the Eudora Township, along with the League of Municipalities, have been working together to find a solution to what appears to have been an unanticipated consequence of being declared a city of the second class, and consequently was not considered part of the library district. Despite no longer being city of the third class, the citizens of Eudora still desire to continue to be part of a library district which has existed for over 50 years with equal representation with the Eudora Township. Without Senate Bill 59 for the city of Eudora, there is no way statutorily for the township to form a library district with the city of the second class. Under this act, the governing body of the city of Eudora and Eudora Township Board would be required to adopt a joint resolution creating the Eudora Community Library District to replace the existing Eudora Township Library Board. The bill lists the provisions to be included in the joint resolution. The Board of Directors of the Eudora Community Library District would be authorized to issue general obligation bonds for paying for the cost of constructing, reconstructing, repairing, remodeling, furnishing, and equipping any library building or addition that would also be allowed to levy a tax not to exceed 5 mills on all tangible property in the district, library district. The election committee was presented with a copy of each of the resolutions from the three entities. The Eudora Township Public Library Board, Eudora Township Treasurer, and the City of Eudora all supplied those. The City Manager of Eudora, a Township President and member of the Library Steering Committee, and the Mayor of Eudora testified in committee. We had testimony from over 25 community members, including a county commissioner of Douglas County, the Eudora mayor, superintendent of schools, and other private citizens. There were no opponents, there were no amendments, and there's no fiscal note. I'm ready for questions, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any questions for the senator from Cloud? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the senator stand for questions?
She is standing.
Thank you. Would the library board from Eudora be elected or appointed after this legislation passes?
Senator from Cloud.
So this was a question that came up in caucus today, and after speaking to the reviser, we did a little research on library boards. All library boards are appointed with the exception of library boards created under a KSA 1236, and 7 directors are elected for these positions at their annual meetings.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you. I think this points out an issue, and I know this is not the place or the bill, but it is a time to bring to the attention of the body that the libraries are taxing authorities, and that the individuals on these boards are not elected, most of them. Most of them are appointed. So it's something that we need to look at as a state. And you may not think that this is a big issue, but the Eudora Library itself, it's not a large number. But the Johnson County Library, over $32 million in property tax. The Topeka Shawnee County Library, over approximately $14 million in property tax. I could go down the list. I've got every library in the state. This is an issue because we are supposed to be a state of taxation with representation. We need to make sure that our officials are elected and that our constituents have a say in these issues. I would also ask the good senator, is the city of Eudora currently taxing for the library since they went to a second-class city?
Senator from Cloud.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Currently, they are working on an inter agreement between the two, and assuming that they would be working with taxes with the city. So they do have an agreement that they've been doing every year since they went to the city to second class.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are those any of those taxes property tax?
Senator from Cloud.
I'm not sure. We didn't discuss that in committee, and my revisor's not certain either, so I can't answer that.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have concern over this. While I appreciate what the senator's trying to do, there is a situation here that they did get bumped into a second-class city, and they were currently under statute with the library to be a third-class city with a township. Now what they are trying to do is to create a custom scenario in statute where they are a city and a township combined, which would increase their taxing authority also. Is there any, was there any effort for the library to become a city library alone?
Senator from Cloud.
We did not have that testimony in committee. What we do have in committee, Mr. Chairman, is an agreement between the three parties of how they'd like to proceed to continue their library like they've known over 50 years. So this is what they have come to a conclusion on their own, working with the revisor for a couple years on this. So this is their solution to their situation. I might point out on the last page of the bill, on page 4, section C, line 16, on down to the end, about an election process and the publication of their mill levy that they propose. So if the body would like to look at that, there is an election, and that's addressed in the bill. So it's their own local control way also. But to me, this is their solution, asking us to approve it.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the senator mind clarifying who the agreement was with?
Senator from Cloud.
Yes, we have 3 resolutions. We have a resolution supporting Senate Bill 59, and that is from the Eudora Township Public Library Board. We also have a resolution supporting Senate Bill 59 from the Eudora Community Library District Act from the City of Eudora. And we also have a resolution supporting Senate Bill 59 from the Eudora Township, Eudora Township of the city.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of those 3 entities, how many of them were appointed versus elected individuals?
Senator from Cloud.
Well, I imagine, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I imagine from the City of Eudora, those are the city clerk signed this, the mayor signed it, so they would be elected. As far as the, let's see, the library boards, they would be appointed. And the township would be elected, I'm sorry.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the carrier of the bill just made my point for me. They should be elected, and we do not know in this scenario whether the city councilman or the mayor had resigned and their enclosed board appointed them. So I've made my point. I understand their concerns on this. They do have other options to exercise. They could become a city library or a different relationship under current statute. I do support the libraries. I am a huge fan of libraries. My mother-in-law sat on the library board. My mom sat on the library board. But I just don't think this legislation's the answer before us today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Cloud, would you like to respond?
No, I just might also point out, though, thank you, Mr. Chairman, fire districts, hospital districts, other districts also appoint at their annual meeting. And so if this is something we want to look at in the future, there again, if we bring a bill, we're going to have a hearing. Happy to do that.
Are there any more questions for the senator from Cloud? Not seeing any. You may Move your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 59 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion is carried. The chair recognizes the majority leader from Johnson County, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. That motion is carried.
The clerk will read the committee report.
On motion of Senator Denning, the Senate resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders with Senator Hildebrand in the chair. Recommended Senate Bill 27, Senate Bill 49, Senate Bill 59, and Senate Bill 199 be passed. Senate Bill 7, Senate Bill 61, Senate Bill 77, Senate Bill 134, and Senate Bill 193 be amended by the adoption of the committee amendments and the bills be passed as amended. Senate Bill 131 be amended by the adoption of the committee amendments, be further amended on motion of Senator Bowers, and the bill be passed as further amended. Senate Bill 162 be amended by the adoption of the committee amendments, be further amended on motion of Senator Suellentrop, and the bill be passed as further amended. House Bill 2035 be amended by the adoption of the committee amendments, be further amended on motion of Senator Givens, and the bill be passed as further amended. Senate Bill 130 be amended by the adoption of the committee amendments, recommending a substitute bill, and the substitute bill be passed.
The chair recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move that we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. The chair recognizes the majority leader from Johnson County, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and the following bills be advanced to final action and roll call. Senate Bill 199, Senate Bill 77, Senate Bill 162, Senate Bill 49, House Bill 2035, Senate Bill 61, Senate Bill 134, Senate Bill 27, Senate Bill 193, substitute for Senate Bill 130, Senate Bill 131, Senate Bill 7, and Senate Bill 59.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. We are now ready for final action. On the first roll call, we will take the following. The bills on page 6, Senate Bill 199, Senate Bill 77, Senate Bill 162, Senate Bill 49, House Bill 2035, and Senate Bill 61. The clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 199, an act concerning education. Senate Bill 77, an act concerning children and minors. Senate Bill 162, an act concerning children and minors. Senate Bill 49, an act concerning wildlife parks and tourism. House Bill 2035, an act concerning alcoholic beverages. Senate Bill 61, an act concerning health and health care.
The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Berger. Billinger. Boyer. Bowers. Braun. Denning. Dahl. Estes. Fauskado, Francisco, Givens, Goddard, Haley, Hardy, Hawk, Hensley, Hildebrand, Holland, Kirshen, Longbine, Lynn, Masterson, McGinn, Miller, Olson, Peterson,
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I vote no on 49. I on the balance would like to explain my vote.
Please proceed.
I have supported line flexibility for the pricing of cabins. However, removing the cap, which would allow doubling the highest prices and tripling the other prices, I do not believe is the right way to go when we should be encouraging more people to get out and enjoy the outdoors. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, would you like your remarks spread on the journal?
I do.
So ordered.
Petty, Pilcher Cook, Pyle, Rucker, Scooble, Sullentrop, Sykes, Taylor, Tyson,
Senator from Lynn, 59 is not on this roll call. It'll be on the next one.
Wagle, Ware, Wilborn,
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. No to aye on Senate Bill 49, and with his permission, I'd like to join the senator from Wichita, Sedgwick, on his explanation of vote.
Senator from Lynn, could you, or Senator from Johnson, could you repeat that? I think you reversed it.
I want to change my vote from aye to no on 49.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional changes or explanations of vote? Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. With his permission, I would like to join the remarks of Senator from Sedgwick, and I would also like permission to turn in written remarks after session.
So ordered. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Sullentrop.
Mr. Vice Chairman, with permission, I'd like to join the senator from Sedgwick on his remarks.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Additional changes or explanations of vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the votes. 40 voting in favor and 0 opposed to Senate Bill 61, 162, Senate Bill 199, and House Bill 2035. 38 voting in favor and 0 opposed to Senate Bill 77, and 29 voting in favor, 11 opposed to Senate Bill 49. These measures, having received the required constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. On the second roll call, we will take the following. The bills on page 7, Senate Bill 134, Senate Bill 27, Senate Bill 193, substitute for Senate Bill 130, Senate Bill 131, Senate Bill 7, and Senate Bill 59. The clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 134, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. Senate Bill 27, an act concerning employment security law. Senate Bill 193, an act concerning the Behavioral Sciences Regulatory Board. Substitute for Senate Bill 130, an act concerning elections. Senate Bill 131, an act concerning elections. Senate Bill 7, an act concerning school boards. Senate Bill 59, an act creating the Eudora Community Library District Act.
The clerk will read it. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Berger. Billinger. Boyer. Bowers. Braun. Denning. Dahl. Estes. Faust-Godot. Francisco. Givens. Goddard. Haley. Hardy. Hawk. Hensley. Hildebrand. Holland. Kirshen. Longbine. Lynn. Masterson. McGinn. Miller. Olson. Peterson. Petty. Pilcher Cook. Pyle. Rucker. Scooble. Sulentrop. Sykes. Taylor. Tyson. Wagle. Ware. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Pass and no on 59.
Any additional changes of vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. 40 voting in favor and 0 opposed to Senate Bill 27, Senate Bill 130, Senate Bill 131, Senate Bill 134, Senate Bill 193. 37 voting in favor and 2 opposed to Senate Bill 7, and 27 voting in favor and 12 opposed to Senate Bill 59. These measures, having received the required constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. Messages from the House, the clerk will read.
Announcing passage of House Bill 2006, House Bill 2031, House Bill 2084, House Bill 2103, House Bill 2126, House Bill 2140, House Bill 2147, House Bill 2167, House Bill 2168, House Bill 2174, House Bill 2177, House Bill 2178, House Bill 2185, House Bill 2191, House Bill 2198, House Bill 2206, House Bill 2209, House Bill 2211, House Bill 2214, House Bill 2225, House Bill 2239, House Bill 2243, House Bill 2246, House Bill 2248, House Bill 2281, House Bill 2290. Announcing adoption of Senate Concurrent Resolution 1607. House Bill 2006, an act concerning the Department of Commerce. House Bill 2031, an act concerning retirement and pensions. House Bill 2084, an act concerning the Kansas 911 Act. House Bill 2103, an act concerning children and minors. House Bill 2126, an act concerning motor vehicles. House Bill 2140, an act concerning retirement and pensions. House Bill 2147, an act concerning the Kansas Rural Housing Incentive District Act. House Bill 2167, an act concerning wildlife. House Bill 2168, an act concerning state property. House Bill 2174, an act concerning the state use law. House Bill 2177, an act concerning life insurance. House Bill 2178, an act concerning utilities. House Bill 2185, an act concerning naturopathic doctors. House Bill 2191, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. House Bill 2198, an act concerning health and health care. House Bill 2206, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. House Bill 2209, an act concerning the State Board of Regents. House Bill 2211, an act concerning motor vehicles. House Bill 2214, an act concerning the motor fuel tax law. House Bill 2225, an act concerning regulating traffic. House Bill 2239, an act concerning alcoholic liquor. House Bill 2243, an act concerning charitable organizations. House Bill 2248, an act concerning motor vehicles. House Bill 2281, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. And House Bill 2290, an act concerning the Attorney General.
This constitutes introduction of those bills previously read. At this time, I am withdrawing Senate Bill 24 from the Committee on Utilities and referring to the Committee on Ways and Means. I am withdrawing Senate Bill 167 from the Committee on Public Health and Welfare and referring to the Committee on Ways and Means. I am withdrawing Senate Bill 133 and Senate Bill 108 from the calendar under the heading of General Orders and referring to Ways and Means. We'll refer back to that order of business, introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 219 by Committee on Ways and Means, an act concerning consumer protection.
Are there announcements? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Senate Transportation will not be meeting Wednesday morning.
Additional announcements. Seeing none, the chair recognizes Majority Leader from Johnson County, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate adjourn pro forma until 8:30 a.m. on Thursday, February 28th, 2019.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. The Senate is adjourned.